Good time of day, everyone. Greetings and salutations. It is I, and I live again. Dave Doko? Dave Coco. Kokoro. Anyways, yeah, I just wanted to play some more Vintage Story, but I really just didn't have a challenge run idea. So I'm just going to play on my current save file and goof off a little bit and enjoy playing Vintage Story. Just because I wanted to be a little more, like, relaxed. Dave Coco Kokoro. As you can see, I have a good selection of animals to begin domesticating process once I have everything I need to do that with in this save. I don't know why I have so many of them, but there is. There's a lot. This is a fairly new save because I really just didn't have any of my old worlds anymore, and I just really didn't feel like doing a challenge run of any kind, so here we are. As you can probably tell, I'm at least a little bit of the way through the basic starter stuff. I just need to get other stuff started. I don't really have any actual plan right now for what I'm doing. Food-wise, we're pretty much going to be set for winter. I have found multiple copper deposits, and other than that, yeah, I've just been slowly kind of fiddling around, messing with stuff, and trying to just get to somewhere where I'm able to do certain things. I'm hoping that I can do a couple of things that I haven't been able to. Build a house that's not a box before Iron Age. No. Trust me. My house is going to get way worse than this. Besides, this entire structure is just something to have. I don't even have normal doors yet. Who actually does that? Not me. Yeah, it's like, why build something permanent like that until you're actually, like, got good materials, or at least where you're going to be. That's curious. You ever hear a basket scream in pain? I have found a glitch. But yeah, we need to just basically start working on getting a saw made. That's about it. And from there, I can work on other stuff, though. There is a couple of things I want to grab before I do that. Just some more copper, basically. Oh, joy devs. Just carve out a hill. I do that a lot, actually. In Minecraft, actually. But this time, yeah, this is basically our spawn location, and I just didn't feel like doing that, especially because we have this actually fairly open, large area to work with. No, what I'm going to do is, grow, in a sense. I'm just going to grow. In a little bit, I'll probably play some actual music of some kind, but right now I'm just, like, trying to organize my thoughts. As you can see, they've redone how certain things look, especially with foraging. And they've given a new appearance to the oil lamps and whatnot. Also, you no longer use a bowl for an oil lamp, which is nice. Now all your bowls are safe. You have to make specifically oil lamps. Though you can't really mass produce the little things themselves. You have to make them individually, which is a little bit annoying, but otherwise fine. Where is that? I realize I probably just need to make the thing already. But yeah, they updated how this looks, which is nice. If you have a barrel of water, you can now quench metals, by the way. What a fascinating thing I'm capable of causing. Nope, don't sleep. 4 at a time, yeah. But you have to make the individual little lamp pieces now. You can't just make like 4 bowls and use that anymore, which is slower, unfortunately. But yeah. I basically just want to get a saw ready and try to get some basic stuff done. Notably, get rid of that fuck-ass door. I fucking hate that fuck-ass door. A shelf to put some stuff on, maybe get enough together to make a chest so I have better storage for certain things. Eventually, I'm going to make another room off to the side that will also be the blacksmithing area, which... yeah, I do that a lot, but I have an idea for what I want to build. I just have to get into the swing of it. Luckily, things will be fine. This really didn't take a lot of time to set up. In fact, one of my major slowing factors for this all was, hilariously enough, I just did not have any clay nearby that I could find easily. Which was driving me up the wall a little bit, I'm not going to lie. It took like an entire in-game week to find clay. So, you know, my luck struck again. Oh yeah, they also changed the outline color of these a little bit, which helps so fucking much to not accidentally do something. I'm happy that it's no longer black on the outlining of this, and now it's way more clear what I'm selecting and what I'm not selecting. I need to better learn the amounts of coal and charcoal and whatnot for specific projects too. I should also probably make a chisel now that I think about it. One second. Where's the other one? There it is. I want to make that into a chisel. One of the plans I kinda have is kinda to destroy all the nature around me and make things into an image of my desire. Whatever I mean by that, I don't know. But I do plan to just kinda start just getting rid of nature. And have it be entirely as I want it to be. Alright, let's see here. I don't know if I need to let this heat up all the way to forge a chisel out of it. But once we have that, we'll be just way better off. Alright. As you can see, there's also, I believe, crowbar. I think that's new. I know you can also make copper tongs now, which I'm not fully sure what are for. I assume they have more purpose than the wood ones. I see the wood ones actually do have a durability now, though, so it's probably that. Which, yeah, understandable. Night is on its way, and I hear another storm. For fuck's sake. I still fucked that up. Oh well. But yeah, one of the things I'm planning, I plan to cover all of that up and maybe move my crop field over there and just destroy that lake. I really don't care about the lake. I literally just have my crops growing in it right now because it's necessary. Yeah. It is nice that you can do this now. I'm going to have a water barrel specifically for that. Once I have a more proper forge made. Stupid fuck-ass door. We're gonna need a lot of stone, whatever I do, though. Alright. Now, where do I keep my sticks at this time? Do I even have any sticks left? I may have used up all my sticks already. I was toying with sod, by the way. Sod roofs, but... I might still use it somewhere, I'm not sure. Either way, it's a material I've made, so I might as well keep it. Okay, so we need to go out, we need to get more sticks, we need to make the saw, we need to cut down some trees to have materials for planks and shit. I have to figure out which type of tree I even want. We have oak logs ready. I have a feeling we're going to end up using pine or birch, though, just because they're the easiest to propagate trees. I think we can take a nap now. Now then, it's been enough little time with enough silence that my brain is starting to hate it, so... I got a hold of a soundtrack to play while playing games as background noise. Thanks to the individual who provided this to me. You know, a way to get a hold of it. I still plan to buy the Forever Winter soundtrack, though. Just because I like that dev company enough to give them more money. It has a lot of atmospheric tracks, too, which is what makes it a decent background noise, but occasionally you're going to hear guns like that. My brain just reminded me of something, though, that I need to do for this to work correctly as MP3 files. Add to a playlist. Of cast to device. What device? Let's be honest here. Give me a moment, I have to actually look at this, so... It should play down that line, I guess. Should. I just really like the soundtrack, too. Listening to it while playing this game does absolutely make me wish somebody would make a mod that would just add a shit ton of, like, tall buildings and ruins everywhere, though. Like, in that style, that'd be nice. Also, I did not even bother getting any seeds from that, because, yeah, we don't have to worry about that anymore, thankfully. There we go. Where did I get this flower? Go away. Ugly yellow slop-ass flower. Do I want to steal the entirety of some ruins and take it home? Oh yeah, I need to make a, panning pan. So that I can actually get stuff out of bony soil, too. That'd be a good idea. I wonder how long it will take me to actually do that. But yeah, I'm gonna, Aha! I see they still have some kinks to work out with the new, terrain generation. That's a small animal bone right there. What was nearby that did that? I'm assuming a fox, because I have not seen my two greatest enemies on the planet around me. Damn, really? Oh, come on. Alright, where was that flint I saw? God damn it. There it is. 1. That's cool. You know what I should do? Next time a storm hits, I should play some of the Forever Winter combat music and see how it feels. I'd actually be curious. Though we're probably still a good week in-game out from the next storm. The thumbnail is from the first storm I had in this game, which was not overtly long ago. Lead? Oh, yeah, that's where lead is. Okay. There's an oak here, but I'm gonna leave that there because that's actually something I want later. And I'd want to come back with shears so I can try to get, some stuff from it. You may notice there's a lot of grass missing. Yeah, I may have let a certain thought get the better of me, and, a lot of stuff may have paid the price for that. Like, a lot of stuff may have paid the price for that. Including a couple of animals that I, actively was happy to see die. Especially because they got nice and cooked. Certain level of violence is just natural to my being. Yoink. You look ugly. I want you to die. I'm also not gonna lie, aesthetically, this is going to be a disaster. I'm going to be mixing every single piece of material I can together because I kinda don't care. Sometimes I try to take aesthetic cooperation into account for builds, but I'm not going to lie. I don't want to. I want chaos. I want the colors to be everywhere and everything. Just whatever I can get my hands on. Especially because my fucking main colors of materials are fucking periodite and claystone. Two of my least favorite colors of stone in the game. There it is. But yeah, I think I might rip down some of the random ruins around us and reuse the material. Alright, that should be at least enough to get something done. Hello, hell portal to the Rust emission. Could you fuck off? Yoink. To remind myself I'm in a world where my resources are technically not limited. Nearly every time I ever play this game, all my resources have been limited in some shape, way, or fashion. Just partially why I went for more aesthetic builds, because they had to be smaller. But now, undefined am I by the limitations therein, and horror shall be my main motivation. Mine. Don't ask why I put sod in the roof. I don't know. I mean... Did I get enough? I did not get enough sticks. Damn it. Alright. First off, birch. We're gonna need these. This is gonna be very helpful to me. Alright. I don't know why I made a jug, by the way. I think I made a jug on accident while I was tired, and now I just have one. Okay. Mind you, there's a non-0% chance that I just start burrowing into the earth now that I have way more materials than I normally would. If I do that, expect tunnels. Okay. Somewhere to store those. Shelves. What did shelves need again? Shelf. Okay, just 2 boards like that. Have fun, caveman. Enjoy your wagey cagey. Sorry. No, I said what I meant. Oh, fun fact, by the way. You can now stack stones. That was something we weren't able to do before. Like, it might be a fine spot for a mountain home. I'm not going to lie, that entire hill is mostly dirt and very little stone. It's probably just going to get consumed at some point. If this continues longer than some other things. I'd have to turn on underground farming, potentially. But I think I know a way to not have to worry about that with greenhouses up top. That's usually the way to do it, I think. Tally me spreadsheets. Daylight come and me wanna go home. Is that just a door? Yeah, that's just a door. I do like pine as a color, though. There we go. Does that make that way better? I think so. I think this still technically counts as outside, though, so I may have to do something about that. Slap down some windows and verandas on the top side. Yeah. This is now fuel. This door is now fuel. I do not need that ever again. Alright, there's some of the other stuff I needed to make really quickly. A new bed. I need to make a new bed. Yeah, I need a new bed, and I think I need a trapdoor up top. Because that doesn't count as an actual covering. I do need to make a playlist of a more, calm set of the music. Because the combat music may be a little extreme for what's going on right now. Maybe. A little bit. Ow! Fucking Christ! Ow! Thanks, Windows, you fucknut! I love clicking on the one thing and it just immediately fucking rockets the entire sound to 100%. That was nice. Jesus fucking Christ. I wanted to turn it down and you shot it to 100%, you fucking weasel. God. A rack for the thing there. That's tool rack. Vertical rack. We need more sticks. Okay. I hope the limiter kicked in there correctly. Because if it didn't, the fuck. I love just getting punched in the fucking head, though. That's great. Oh yeah, I also need to take that out to one of the beehives I found. You know what? We need sticks anyways. I know there's bees there. I need to find out if there's bees in here. So we'll walk around this. Also, can I say how fucking cool the ground stashing of the common materials is? Oh yeah! Like, I love being able to stack up the stones. I love being able to just place things on the ground. It is such a good feature. Where are they? And the new shelving stuff looks really cool. I really like the way the new shelves look. We haven't gotten any right now, but now that we have wood and the ability to make basic things like nails, hinges, blah, 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 they'll probably be able to get some. Also need to check around on these pine trees to see if any of them have resin. Now that I think about it. Which, yeah, I should probably do that if I need sticks. Though I have a feeling this one's free of it. I should make some ladders to do this with. Pikes of bones next to a carved out black bronze throne. Piles of bones, yeah. I'm still waiting for them to add some sort of basic, like, defense items. Like what is in, primitive survival, like spikes and shit. I'm kind of surprised that's not a thing they've implemented already, though. But as you can see, because we're in kind of a flatlands area, too, there's a lot of these small ruins around that I have just not even bothered breaking into, for the most part. And I think I might just rip them up for cobblestone and shit to actually build with. Especially some of them having smoothed stone. And me liking my smooth stone flooring. I'd make a lot out of ashlar, but ashlar's one of those large-scale projects. My proper ditch and rammed earth wall around my vase in one save. Keeps the dang deer away from eating my crops. Yeah. The different kind of dirt walls, too, I should kind of take a look at to see if there's any that I just like aesthetically for some of the lesser stuff. Though, personally, I did just kind of make a stone wall and dig a ditch. Because that's actually decently viable to capture a bunch of animals, which I will want to capture animals. I'm trying to make this kind of a forever world, so I'd want to capture animals and have eventually pins and domesticate a bunch of them. Yeah, I know there's mud brick. I know that, Daub also can have a nice smooth look to it. There is some over here. Good. Alright, let's figure out where these are. Where is the bees? Well, first off, I probably should mark this. By the way, I'm so happy that you can save colors as specific resources now for the different pins. Ultra packed dirt that has like 5 textures you can cycle through. Oh, the rammed earth? Yeah. What I'm using is the floor in the building. Yeah. I like that one too because it actually has just a nice gray texture to it and makes it really decent enough flooring. Where the hell are these bees? Like, I know I don't necessarily need to know the exact location of them, but I'll at least know exactly where they are. So I know which trees to let be. Sorry, that weird little texture glitch made me jump because I thought a just pile of bees were about to fall out on me, and that actually made me jump for some reason. The pins auto-saving is great. Yeah. Being able to just set things as certain things is so nice. Here, we'll just leave that there. That should work. We can come back for it later. Actually, to make it slightly easier, because I'm not in any particular rush. Hello. Just grab up a bunch of this shit and put it around there. This is good enough for this. Alright. In a little while, we'll go back and check and see if that skip has the stuff in it then. I want to grab the maple. Yeah, I want to grab the maple. Maple's a nice color wood. But yeah, I'm not too fully certain what my overall design for buildings is going to be yet. I do know I kind of want to do a base level of stone. I'm just trying to decide what I want to use the wood for. Like, I don't mind wood flooring, but I hate wood ceilings in stone buildings whenever I'm building. So I end up just kind of having to make an extra layer of stone for the roofs. But at the very least, ground level, too. Then again, I'd still have to make some sort of, flooring anyways out of stone, so... Wood floors and wood, steps is probably not a bad idea. Gives it a little bit more hominess. Why do you mowing weeds? What do you mean? If you mean that giant area outside my base that has zero grass or anything in it, I didn't mow that. I let a certain part of my brain have a little too much power over me. And I dealt with a problem. In a way that was far more destructive than reasonable. Alright. Do I want to just start ripping up the ruins and taking them back? Is that necessary at the moment? I mean, tearing them down by hand is a little bit annoying. And I don't exactly have too many backup metals that would make that worthwhile. Though this right here, this aged, polished rock is really nice. And I do want some of that. Under the tree. You mean the flowers I put under the beehive? Or me breaking grass at random? I don't know. Unless you mean in the forest. The forest doesn't actually have that much grass under the trees because it's a forest. Did I turn fire spread from lightning on? I forget. Yeah, we're going to need to be able to get bees. Chicken. They're good to have, but I'm not capturing any right now. The maple seeds. I guess we can throw them off over here, who cares? There, whatever. Alright. So, now that we have access to proper amounts of wood to work with... Trying to think what I want to do first. Not enough. Like, I'm not overly interested in too many decorative features while we're still working on getting everything up and going. What all do I need to make? I want to put a trapdoor over that so that I just have a way to keep that covered, but still have a chimney of some description. Cat watching a stream with me? Fascinating. Something rotted in there. Barrels! That's what we need. Okay. Yeah, okay. We need to make barrels. One for the blacksmithing, one for composting. And then we need the vertical storage thing for these things. My brain lost the name of those for a second. There we go. Throw this back in here. Take that out. We need to make some nails and hinges and shit to make a chest. I don't feel like that's a good spot to put that. All the early game stuff is just trying to, like, get a good amount of organization going. Okay, cut that up. Where was I storing other stuff? There it is. Okay. Then, what was it? Like this? I forget how you make it. Wooden bed. Oh, you also need that. Right, okay. Have you the urge to watch grass grow after a challenge? Well, we're not exactly playing a challenge. We're just playing normally, so... The funny thing is, with some of the stuff added in these updates, that challenge would have been way easier. That's kind of the funny thing. Because, yeah, the water wheel is a thing now. And that would have saved so much time with that. Let's move this, like, right there, I guess. Fascinating. So, yeah, that's just kind of the funny thing. Mind you, a lot of the mods don't work with this version, but it would have been very helpful because you could do a water wheel in the challenge now, technically. Damn it. So there is a little. I'm going to be doing something in this that probably won't make a lot of sense until it starts getting actually along its way. But for now, we're still just kind of setting up. Rope, okay. Wait, where were they? Is it here? Yeah. Okay, there's a bucket. So let's see. Crate, shelf, bucket, door, barrels, storage, bed. What else did we need? Plank. Let's see what we can do. Not that kind of plank. That kind of plank. Thick board. Bleh. Cabinets. That's one of the new things. Cabinets. Oh yeah, troughs. We're gonna need to make troughs. Marks on a wall missing. I haven't bothered going through and finding lime or anything like that yet to draw on the walls. Wooden fences, oak path, solid trapdoor, grated trapdoor. That's what we wanted. A grated trapdoor is something I wanted. Okay. Trough. Large. And small. We're gonna want both of those for domestication of animals. Especially because we just keep catching rabbits and the goats. Okay. What else? Obviously, we'll want to start messing with this stuff eventually. Sieve. Clutch, pulverizer. Or if I start making that. Grinding wheel? Oh yeah, that's a thing now. Small bellows, oak bench. Table? Eventually, maybe, if I really wanted it. Okay, cabinet. Okay, that will require nails and strips. Alright. Get this back. Very carefully, just... There we go. Now this is technically encased inside. There we go. God. This is technically just all we needed right now. So yeah, instead of like 90 hours to get this stuff, it only took me maybe 10 because I couldn't find clay at first. You know. Are you leaving, or are you going to become an annoyance to me? I guess we need another tool rack. And probably should just turn these into boards because I don't necessarily need them at this exact moment. Though we are going to need more charcoal soon enough. That's a worry for once we actually need to start working on that. Alright. And then... Okay. Yeah, we have to do a little bit of organization now, though. There we go. As for this other... just pile of logs, I guess, there. I'll need firewood at some point. I need somewhere to put this. That can be crushed into ore. Oh yeah, I need a box for copper. Damn it. Alright, let's just start organizing some more. Why is the music so epic? Because I'm playing the Forever Winter soundtrack. Okay. Another shelf wouldn't be a bad idea just to hold these. Put that, like, right there, I guess. Forever Winter soundtrack is fucking phenomenal. This is that. That game is a mood and a half, man. There we go. This is why woodworking is so important to storage, though. Like, look how much room we're clearing up just by having, like, access to this shit. Okay, I need another box. Down there. Where's the hammer? That was a pickaxe. That's not the hammer. That's the hammer. That. Now I can just store all this in here. And pull all of it out of here. Was that all the extra I had? I think so. We really do need to make some proper boxes, though, and not be using the reed baskets for everything. I just had access to a bunch of them here. It wasn't a problem when there was nothing useful in a cave. Yeah. Well, even then, it actually got a little bit annoying, if you remember how much of that area was just piles of shit I had lying around. I, like, dug specific holes just to keep coal and stuff in. Like, it was a problem. It was just less noticeable because I would just dig holes and stuff to put shit in. I could make another one of these if I really wanted to, though. That would technically work. But yeah, look how much I actually was able to clean up my little living area with that. Look how much nicer this all looks, too. Alright. I'll have to start cooking food again here soon enough, but... Take all of this out here. Alright. How nice it is out here. Oh yeah, another new thing you can do. You can just pile rot on the ground now. Alright, here's the big question. Which of these holes do I actually want to keep animals from? I'm probably going to kill all of these. I'm not gonna lie. It's probably this hole over here that I'll actually, like, try to grab breeding stock from. Especially because there's actually rabbits in there. Now, to be blunt, I'm not going to get in that hole right now, though. I'm not doing that. I'm just gonna set these down out here. Pick them up later. What can you do with rot? If you put it in a barrel, fill the entire barrel up, and then, close it, after a little while it'll turn into fertilizer. Fertilizer is useful for A, fertilizing crops, obviously, but B, is also useful for making a, specific type of dirt that's really good for growing crops in. That's why in the cave, underground cave, dark world cold save, I was actively just letting things that I grew rot because it wouldn't keep me alive eating it. Terrapetta, yeah. Greta. It is also useful for fertilizing, though. In a lot of challenge runs, fertilizer is actually way more utilized because, like, limited amount of area to grow crops in is a thing. Alright, so... let's see. If I wanted to expand my living area, I'd probably expand it out this way first and make, like, a forge room. I want to eventually like cover this area up and start using over here as a field. I need another shovel though. I should start making molds and start getting stuff together for that. Every time I was joining you was digging a coal. Yeah. I mean, coal is important to actually be able to make certain things in that save. Plus, part of the reason we were digging around coal so much was looking for fire clay. Fire clay is needed to make iron and things beyond it. So there was that whole thing too. Shovel. I was considering another challenge run playthrough, but I just wasn't incredibly certain what I wanted at the time. One of the things I was looking at was how viable a tiny world would be. Because you're able to make a world of various sizes, and one of them is a world that is only 32 by 32 blocks. And you can traverse the edge, so it technically becomes Skyblock. But after looking at it for a while and considering a lot of things, you would have to mod it heavily to make it at all doable. Like, technically, yes, you can play the game with that small of area, but I'd have to do, like, a shit ton to just find something that'd be worth doing. Because a lot of that would have been basically world gens you couldn't do anything with. You would need A, some sort of tree that can propagate easily, B, some sort of crop, and C, water. And a lot of world gens I kept getting were not that. Yes, you can increase the temperature. You can change how humid the world is and what the temperature is. So you can make it snowball Earth all the way to like jungle planet to desert world. Yes, it matters a lot. The temperature that you live in matters a lot. It changes a lot of things. And even what the terrain and stuff is. The terrain that you would find in a desert world is very different from the terrain you find in the frozen worlds. But I never saw a desert. Yeah, you can make a desert world. Deserts are a thing. Like, you can make, like, taigas, if you said it right. Ice caps, deserts, jungles. Hell, giant redwood forests are a thing. Whenever I was playing on the old version of the public test server, I lived in a redwood forest that never saw winter. If you go south enough, you'll find places that never get snow or true winter. The downside is that whenever it's that hot, you really need to put effort into making a good cellar so that your food doesn't rot as quickly. But it has year-round grow seasons. It's also, crops have their heat requirements. Some things are only able to be grown in warm climates. Some things won't grow there at all. Apple trees, I know, need a winter period to actually blossom and produce fruit. The kind of plants and animals you'll see will also be different the further you go north or south, and how, like, a humid or dry a area is. Like, all of that is actually important. Do they have mods that have petrification? I don't know. There's a lot of mods that I don't know. Okay, I should also at some point make a weapon other than spears. Like, make one of the Falk's blades. Yeah, the rift is just there. You'll find that I tend to ignore them. They mean very little to me a lot. Damn it, we're one stick short, really? Okay. But... okay. You little shit. This wasn't meant to be a trap for your kind, but hey. Just wondering where the hell that noise was. How many mods are there? In my save, currently 0. This is just straight vanilla current version. There's hundreds of mods, though. There's an entire official site for the mods. And, like, the Discord I know has an official mod section. So, the devs support the modding community, basically, as best as they can. In real-world tropical climates, you can never get winter. Petrification begins to happen. It's a real pain to deal with. I don't know. I've never actually looked into that kind of thing. But I know for that underground save, the Eternal Darkness was a mod. I had a bunch of mods installed there. But with this one, we're just not really going to be able to do that much with that. Because, once again, this is the brand new version, so, yeah. We're just playing straight vanilla. I'd love to go down south and actually find some stuff to bring back, but right now that's not really happening. See if we can't get some oak seedlings out of this. AKA, acorns or whatever. Oh yeah, bushes had an update too. Berry bushes now work very different than they used to. Okay, finally. I was wondering where those were. Oh, the sun. Isn't that nice to see? Oh, fun fact, by the way. Vintage Story has an eclipse system. You'll actually be able to see eclipses happen sometimes. They're actually kind of wild. I did think about doing a jungle playthrough, by the way. There's a little bit of reason why I didn't feel like doing that at the moment. Because I wanted more to relax. I found out that, the eclipse in a jungle was an awful thing to deal with because the jungle was already kind of a bad place to be. Fun fact about jungles. They don't have, a lot of things in this game for food. orientation in space. I've no idea if that's a thing or not. This is gonna break, so I'm just taking it out now. Let's see if we can actually get some oak logs. This would be useful. Yeah, no. But hey, that's fine. Got a couple. Put all of these over here. So now we have a nice pile of sticks and just random shit. I've never really spent a lot of time looking at the night sky in this game because I've never really spent a lot of time trying to be outside at night. For, reasons of, yeah, no thank you. That's fine. I could use peat for this, but I'm not in a rush for this. I also made a watering can for more or less no good reason. I just did that because I wanted to. Grab that. Yeah, that'll do. I have no idea how long this door is going to burn for, technically, but... In the cave survival one, I really didn't care too much about food because we never really had a good source of it. But you want to actually manage your food and stay alive in this for a couple of particular reasons. For one, whenever you die, you lose parts of your nutrition bars. These things here. The higher all of these are, the higher your health is, and the more you can survive. Plus, good food will actually, last longer. And you'll get hungry less with it. Alright. Dead people don't eat a lot, yeah. And we were dead quite often. How's that doing now? I can't imagine this will last great here, but... for just basic food storage, it's fine. We'll need to make a pantry of some description to put it in, though. We're probably gonna have to add at least a piece of firewood to this. Although, maybe not. We'll keep an eye on it. Is that a raccoon I heard? I keep hearing raccoon, but they never actually show up. Better safe. It's not like we don't have piles of wood to use anyways in this. Yeah, we're just gonna have to get used to that being a thing around us. Eventually I'm gonna need to start looking into making cloth stuff. Bags and whatnot. Won't be a problem, we have plenty of flax plants growing. What about alcohol? Is there any use for booze? Yes. There is, in fact, a use for booze. There's a couple of things that alcohol is useful for. One of the things that alcohol does, though, is it allows you to take things like, grain and turn it into something that counts as a fruit. for your nutrition bars. Alcohol also has just some fun effects, and there's a type of alcohol that's also medical. I don't know how fully implemented that is, but you can make like aquavitae, which I believe is used for medical stuff. So there is uses for that stuff. It's also just like something you can carry around in a jug, which is not a bad way to keep some extra food on you without taking up too much space. That's a bear, and we're not going this way. I need to make a wall so we don't have to deal with the bears, too, at some point. What's the time? It's getting late anyways, damn it. But yeah, eventually I'll need to start working on carving out enough here to be able to start making new fields and whatnot, which won't be hard at all. But we will need some walls for it. There's just a chicken down there with them. Like, what the hell is that thing? Oh, it's a chicken. There's also some new system involving fats that I'm not sure about entirely, but that got a bit of a rework. Now, to make oil lanterns, you have to actually cook fat into rendered fat. And I know you can take, I think, olives and turn them into oil for lanterns. You can only eat booze to survive. Technically, you could do that, I suppose. As long as it has satiation. You won't starve to death. Alright, how do I want to do the garden? Is that a fox? Yes, it was. Okay. I also need to work on starting to get some trees growing so that we actually have a better source of, sticks. Birch isn't bad for it. I also need to make a pickaxe for prospecting. The prospecting pickaxe, as it is known. That will be useful to finding a bunch of metals and shit. Because this isn't on Homo sapien difficulty settings. You just hear him honking over there like the goose he is. I'd also possibly want to make a bunch of lanterns, like the oil lanterns. And lamps, as they're known, oil lamps, and start poking around caves. Those will make that so much easier to do. As things go, though, yeah, we're kind of hitting that point where I have a lot of the basic stuff down, and I really need to start considering what I want to do with a bunch of it. Like I said, I'm still thinking we just cover up this area and start making a field. It's not night yet, but we're kind of cutting it a little close being outside. Ultimately, I'll still need to get some stuff. Is there snake in your head? What? Is there snake in your head? I'm unsure what you mean by that. I just pull out of there. Damn it. Cleaning up all that goddamn fucking gravel is going to be a bit of an annoyance. We're still going to fill that area in with it, potentially, but still. I have no idea what you're talking about. Good old bed that actually is better than what we were using. What? Fascinating. Let's put that there. But yeah, once we have everything harvested from here, I'm just gonna rip this up and probably start filling this in. It might actually behoove us to make the animal pins over here since they're close to that already. I can't remember what this is good for, other than sieving. Gravel, gravel, gravel. Does this have any further use? Any gravel will do. Host rock ingredient for fanned slate cobble. Huh. So that's how you make that. That might actually be a nice decorative block to do something with. Do the portals need to open directly next to me at every fucking chance they get? See, with a red lantern. I have no idea about that one. To be blunt, I have never made iron tools in this game. Because finding iron pissed me off enough, and I just didn't want to do it. I'll have to, but, you know. Especially now we'll need to be able to make iron and stuff because upgrades are available for machinery stuff. See, used to, you could just use wooden stuff for everything and it would run and you'd have no problem. Now, if you try to use wood stuff too much, it might actually just catch on fire. Like, they have an upper limit to what you can safely use wood mechanical parts for. I'm not going to lie, an autosavor would be such a nice thing to have. Alright. How much of this do I want to fill in? Do I even care about what's ever in that cave, potentially? I mean, not really. If I really wanted to know, I can just dig back down here eventually, but there's thousands of caves. I do not care. Advanced lighters. You're gonna hear those motherfuckers down there. Ugh. What's in that cave? I think in that cave lays problems. Yeah, probably. So it's better if we just fucking bulldoze that entrance over and pretend it's not there. Alright, first off, I need a hoe. And my bucket. I've gotten so used to the sound of animals just upset in the holes over there that I've just been ignoring it. So, got the other thing I needed. Dirt. The kind of dirt we actually want to use. Alright, where is it? Medium fertility dirt. There it is. Alright, so how am I going to go about this? I really wish you weren't right there. You are in the most inconvenient place you can be, Hell Dimension. That's not right. That is. Doggiewara. Doggiewara's not real. He doesn't exist. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot more of that. Not that that's a problem. Medium fertility soil is actually all over the place in these areas. We want it to be further away that we start ripping stuff from. I'm curious about these weird little platforms of just, like, mesa that have formed about the place. We do not have a very deep layer of medium fertility soil, though, notably. You hydrate your portals in your farm. The portals are a type of pest. Like, they are an active problem I wish I could get rid of, but we do not have the technology to deal with that right now. Trying to determine exactly how much of this stuff I want right now. I have a very specific design in mind for what I'm going to do as well. So I have to keep that in mind as I just grab all this shit. I like how we have granite here. But it's just enough of a distance that as much as I want to use granite, we're not really able to. This entire hill is a little bit over the size anyways. I guess we just break the shovel, fuck it. Grab as much as we can. Also, no, I wasn't really paying attention to what the quality of the dirt was specifically where I set my house down at, so, you know. Alright, I'm noticing it's mostly grains we have growing in there, which is fine. We'll need a lot of that for winter anyways. Good, the portal is fucked off. Okay, then this. Like, this isn't going for space efficiency, mind you. Or, hydration efficiency, per se, either. But that's also something I just kind of don't care about. Is the hissing in the music? It might be. I don't know how loud it is on stream, to be honest. Wasting my precious metals on a hoe would be a waste of my time, but some days, really would want to use it. Okay. Oh yeah, I've turned all that into that. Okay. We'll just shove that there then. Hey, I know the music's a little bit quiet. That's an extra 1% volume, apparently, according to Windows, by the way. Yeah. That's how bad Windows is with its sound settings. I hate. You still cannot pile up flint, by the way. Animal singularity. Oh, food again. Gonna start killing some of those animals and just making meat-based dishes. Sorry, I had to remember the word dishes. Now, if I have my memory correct on how this works, the outer edge here is moisture's levels of like 25, 50, then 75, yeah. Okay. There is an optimal way to do this and have everything be 75, but we're not exactly cramped on space and needing to do that. Oh, instead, I have a different idea. We'll need more stone for the idea, but it's there. Dishes. Yes. I forgot for a moment how water works in this game. How much does it decrease with distance? 25 at a time. Okay. So, with that, this all should at least be 50. It'll take it a little bit, but... how common is rainfall here? Common, so that will help pick up the slack of stuff, yeah. Alright. I need another shovel. This is why I need to start making metal tools. But yeah, there is an optimal layout for this, I just don't care. Especially because it's a pattern that I know is not symmetrical, nor perfectly squareable. Hi, the one song in the soundtrack that just goes fucking hard. Oh god, this is always the song that's just like sudden and fucking a hard fucking guitar out of nowhere. Oh, that caught me off guard. Each 4 blocks water each row offset by 2 blocks. Yeah, it's that offset that makes me not want to do it. This is like the one song in the entire Forever Winter soundtrack that just goes this hard, by the way. Out of fucking nowhere, too. I really like this song, but man, if I'm making playlist out of this specifically again, I'm gonna be removing a couple of the songs, this one too, because it's just going way too goddamn hard for me to be working on a farm. Mind you, I'd still be listening to it anyways, but still. Yeah. Alright. But yeah, it will take it a second. Because this still counts only as 25. It's cube. Epic farming, yeah. What the rabbit hears as I approach with my spear. After it ate a singular carrot. And my plan is for this, like, center kind of area, either packed dirt or cobblestone. And then have a ring around the outside for it as well. You don't want grass, like normal grass blocks, because animals can spawn on those, and you don't want things spawning inside your fenced-in area like that. Yeah, no, it doesn't work like that. Mind you, grass growing on empty fields is fine, but grass growing on normal dirt isn't. We might use the normal stuff for that, though. I really didn't necessarily need to make it like this, which was kind of a waste, but... Because now I'll just have to dig all of that out anyways, but I needed it there just so I could see it, and I didn't think about it. Yeah. So the plan will be this, basically. I can make something to put into the water that will prevent animals from being able to cross over it for the most part. Most animals, at least. But yeah, I just do this because simple enough. Now, the line method takes up more area, but it would make sure everything is watered. Landmines. No, not landmines. You can just, like, make a layer of sticks in water, and most animals will not be able to cross that. For the same way that, like, for cow pens and stuff, if you make a grating, cows cannot really step over it at all. Wrong piece of material. There we go. Damn it. Damn it. There we go. Which, yes, that's actually a thing, by the way. Do I want to replace the dirt in here? Not really. Landmines would work too, but, you know, that's a lot of effort that I couldn't put into this. Plus, I would step on them. And I can't be having that. I don't know how long it's been since the last storm, and that's kind of starting to get in my head a little. And yes, this is partially a holdover of design from Minecraft in my brain. But yeah, I have it in lines over there, which... yeah, technically does work better, but this works too. Not as well, but it'll grow more. Oh yeah, I probably need to take some water and fill the barrel in the house too for blacksmithing. Now that I think about it. Eventually we'll also need to start setting up a spot for a water wheel too. Hacking problems. The accursed perfect packing design. One of the most aesthetically upsetting things ever made. Oh my god. I don't want to make a copper hoe or a hoe out of literally anything other than flint. Because it feels like such a waste of materials for something that I won't actually use beyond the one time I'll need it at first. Like how much amethyst geodes you could push inside a room in a modest... in modette Minecraft? I don't know what that quite means. Funnily enough, if you're in an area with constant rainfall, this no longer even needs to be a necessity. You can just make the normal square shape and it will work perfectly fine because it rains most of the year. Which is why rainforests are kind of funny. Modded. Moded. There we go. And then, like, around here and about would be the fencing. So yeah, this one is more accurate to how it actually is, which... yeah. And ultimately, this kind of thing will be growing enough that it doesn't even matter to start with. You'll have enough either way. Okay. That just put it in there, didn't it? Yeah. Okay. I know that I probably should take that out and just pile it up somewhere outside. By the way, never forget your pit kilns need 2 squares instead of 1. Fire can spread 2 squares away. Base is where you should walk inside mechanisms. Ah, man. I was just thinking about create for a moment. Can't type properly. Probably. Oh yeah, one of the other things they added, tiles are a thing now. Clay tiling. You can actually make clay tiling like floor and wall. So, you know, if you ever wanted to make a proper bath, there's that now, which is nice. I like tiling. Which just feels weird to say no matter like how I try to think about it. I see some stuff has grown. Alright, here we go. Harvest time, I guess. Oh no. I'm also half considering if I should just like refill the water, and whenever I raise this up, just put another layer of water in here. And then maybe try to stock it with fish. Just because having fish is something that is in my brain as a thing to do, since that's one of the new additions. Flax is still growing. Alright. But yeah, if you want to just kind of do it like this, you can also just do it like 2 across, which I have thought about for optimization reasons. Luckily, we can now just have a nice selection of food items. But yeah, for these kinds of pit kilns, yeah, you want 2, not 1. I bring that up because I was thinking about that after I actually set fire to everything on purpose. And you know the big hole that was here that I was filling in? Yeah, I was staring at it burn because that was all peat, and I hadn't realized that was there. And so I went, oh, oops. There goes all that. People added teleporter plates in a mod pack, so you used it for create to move items through portals. The downside was screams from hell for each items in my base 24/7 worth it. I see. All right. Let's go grab a pickaxe. I'm gonna want to do something. Oh great, there's now just raccoons in there too. Ah, damn it. These good? That one's grown. I really should be stocking up materials to start doing construction projects in winter. Because when winter rolls around, I'm going to want to do stuff. Plus, we'll be able to actually have clothing to go outside in. Kind of just having a look around. We also do have slate. Is slate one of the things I can use for roofing? Slate, dry stone. Slate roof. Yes, slate can be turned into roof tiling. Waystone's mod from your Pixelmon server. Stream? Yeah. Stream, not server. If you're wondering, I'm kind of just scoping out what rocks we have around us to try to figure out if I want to do certain things. Because I love the build out of specifically granite and like limestone chalk. Gray, white, black colors. The claystone isn't awful, but I don't like building with it. Slate's not bad per se either, though. Also, cave-ins aren't a thing right now. I'm not dealing with that at the moment. So yeah, I'm kind of trying to scope out an area that I could start making a quarry in, mind you. Because we will need a quarry. What an evil noise that is making. There's no need to be careful. The cave is never going to collapse in this. That's a specific setting I had turned on just for challenge reasons. The biggest threat I could face here is stuff spawning in here with me. But yeah, it's still something to consider, though. Or should I just possibly make something? Thinking about it. But yeah, I'm gonna want a lot of stone that I can just cut in various ways, too. So yeah, that's all slate down there. It is fascinating that the rock formation here is slate, granite, claystone, slate. For the stuff that sticks up above the ground, though. Honestly, whenever I was doing the survival in the dead world with no sun in that cave, I should have been playing this soundtrack. Look at that pillar over there. Yeah, the base stuff here looks to be becoming slate. It's literally just like a challenge thing that I added into it. For the sake of having it not be easy for me to dig around and whatnot. And that's the main reason I had that on. We want to take all the corpses we can find with us. But yeah, usually when I'm just out scouting around like this, I'll pick up all the rocks I find too. Back to claystone again, are we? Over here. I'd like to find andesite again. Andesite, granite, chalk. I think those are the three kinds of colors that I'd want to mess with. Andesite being that kind of bluish colored rock, with chalk being very white in color. So it'd be just this kind of like gray-blue, kind of darkish gray granite color and a white color. Look at that fog. Let's see here. Gonna grab up all this stuff. Alright. Oh yeah, we're actually getting a fog in this area. That's something else the humidity causes. In more humid environments, you'll be able to see a fog form at certain times of day. Slash, far more consistent depending on weather. More clay. Because, you know, there's clay everywhere in this environment. Ground is no longer required. Surviving without physics. That would require some sort of mod that I would need to install. And in a vague sense, that would kind of also just be skyblock after a certain point. We found granite sand. No, this is periodite. Periodite is a weird stone that looks kind of grayish brown at first, but then whenever you turn it into the cobblestone, it's got this weird green color. And I just kind of don't fuck with that. I don't like it. At all. But I'm still going to use it because we just need materials. Fun fact, that boar is not dead. That boar is asleep, and if you try to go poke it, it's going to fucking gore you. There's Pete. Did I just pick up there? Olivine? Olivine? Huh. Olivine. Olivine. I don't know how to spell that correctly. Olivine. Sleh. Olivine. Actually, that doesn't need to be that, does it? No. That's a resource like that. Fine. Yeah. That's a glass material of some description. That's really close to the surface. Does Vintage Story have Skyblock map? Or there is not enough renewables? You can easily make something like a Skyblock map. The problem is that the way that the systems are now, it is not renewable very well. You have to install a certain set of mods to do that. And while, yes, there is a mod list for that, again, the version we're on, you can make something similar to it, though, fairly easy. Because you can put in an amount for how big your world is. And since you can do that, you can set the edges of the world to be traversable. meaning that you can set it to a really low number and just have a void all around you that you can build in. But as is, it's not exactly survivable. The fact that there is so much of that around here, too, is interesting. Just a weirdly fucking worded item. I wonder what they killed over here. Probably, like... Probably a chicken. It's foxes. Alright, let's see what we have here. Oh, I've already marked this. Okay. But yeah, you see this periodite, how it has this weird kind of green tinting to it? I just don't like that. It's not awful, it just looks moldy. Even though that's just the color of the rock. Is one grass block. Yeah, I'm aware of that. But this game definitely does not have that level of just being able to generate everything. There's a lot of stuff that is very much not renewable. Ores especially are very bad about not being renewable. Another song that goes especially hard, but not just immediately out of nowhere. I think... Like, I'd like to know what the minimum amount of stuff you'd need to be handed in this game would be to be able to just do that kind of thing. The other thing that I'm also wondering is what the minimum about, like, what the minimum world size would be to be able to get basically the entire story as is done. And the problem would be story structures. You would need a lot of story structures. And therein lies one of the problems in this game. Forage, whatever. Or periodite. That's not an option. As far as I know, that's not an option. Like, I can just make a quick world at minimum settings and do a couple of things to be able to check that. But I'm fairly certain that you can just generate a world where the story structures are not there based on your settings. Which, yeah, isn't necessary in any way, shape, or form, technically. But still, you know. Gonna need to start building boxes for these. I'm just amused right now by the fact that I'm finally able to do that, though, so I'm doing that. Like, there's also a problem with the way that you can do it. It's not guaranteed you're going to get anything. At all. So you'd have to set it up. And one of the only other ways I can think that you could get certain things you would need to provide, like, in a creative fashion. And it would be a lot of doing one thing over and over again in a way that would be incredibly fucking boring. What you would have to do would be you would have to, give yourself a bunch of traders somehow that would have the opportunity to trade you things. And while that's how the Minecraft one works, it would not work out anywhere near as well. And would be kind of a pain in the ass. Now, the way that I know the modded version does it for block production is that it uses a similar thing to a cobblestone generator that this game can do, but it's a different stone and a different method. I can't remember the direct way that that works. But you would need to make a mob grinder either way. And mob grinders in this game are a bit funky. Which is why I think the mod uses the primitive survival spikes. Lava-water interaction in Vintage? Yes. It is an infinite source of blocks, yes. But then take into account the other problem. Pickaxes and how blocks break in this. Like how stone blocks break in this. You'd need ores. And the only way that you could otherwise get an infinite source of pickaxes is traders. Which is why Skyblock in Vintage Story has to be so heavily modded. Because, yeah, even though you could make an infinite source of like, blocks, you cannot make infinite ore. There is no way to do that. And even then, you would still need some way to turn the rocks into a usable material, which requires clay. Same problem. Clay is not infinitely respawnable. Yeah, no way to do that. Forgot to put those away, didn't I? No, I did. Okay. Brain had a moment. Here we go. Okay, then we need to box this. And to be able to sieve, you need gravel. You cannot produce gravel. There is no way for you to make gravel. And to make tools of the flint variety, you need to be able to make flint. There's no way for you to make flint. So yeah, that's kind of the underlying problem with Skyblock in Vintage Story. 99% of resources are technically not renewable in that fashion. You just have a shit ton of it because of the world you're in. And how it's everywhere. But in technicality, there's a finite number of ore, flint, gravel, clay, all that stuff in a world. It's just that a world is so massive that you don't know that. Like, I think the default size of a world is 1,000,000 by 1,000,000 blocks. So, yeah. Yeah. If they ever add enemies who drop a bunch of stuff, maybe. But as it stands, it is limited. Like, this is what you have to do to get cobblestone. To make cobblestone, without just walking around and picking it up, you'd need the pickaxe, the rock to break, take the rocks, and then clay to stick it all together. Wood is a lot more simple, but you still need an axe. Most of the enemies don't really drop anything of note, per se. The drop tables are actually pretty small. Enemies drop rusty gears, pieces of thread, and a chance for one of the actual functional temporal gears. These things are pretty much universal for most enemies. One enemy will drop something that's like is usable as an arrow. The Bowtorn drop these. The bone arrows, which are not usable as anything other than arrows. And I think there's also a chance for a couple of other basic stuff, but yeah, their drop tables are not good. Gears are non-smeltable, no. These are entirely their own thing. They are not makeable, they're not smeltable. You really can't recycle any metal either, per se. Like, you can take certain metal items and break them into the bits for that metal. But gears are, how to put this, non-standard material. There is something about them that will not make sense, partially due to what they are. So yeah, a lot of people have put a lot of thought into how to do skyblock in this. And the answer ultimately comes down to you kinda can't. Unfortunately. I have windows, I should use them. What's the activity? High? Oh, yeah, that'd explain it. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why in the cave playthrough I was doing, I really didn't bother fighting most enemies outside of trying to get money from them. The majority of what they drop is useless. Too magical in nature to be used as metal. I mean, kinda, yeah. The implication is that all the gears come from, the Rust Dimension. And the materials the Rust Dimension creatures drop is not standard stuff. They're kind of odd beings, as you can probably tell. Yes, that is a spinal cord that thing was shooting at us. I could do something interesting, but I kinda don't want to right now. I wanna make doors out of this. Alright. I vaguely kinda wanna start working on a smithing room. Need to move that. How do I want to do a smithing room? Maybe like this, maybe? Kind of give it a slight curve and then that. Okay. It was just game limitation with recycling. No. As the game has put it in some of the stuff, the metal is also rusty and corroded. It's really not that useful. Here, let's move this. But yeah, while you're able to break down certain stuff, there's other stuff you're just not able to, and whatever they are is definitely most of the time not that usable. It is like literal scrap metal, basically. Just not usable material most of the time. Like, there's a reason why some of them, the only useful thing you can cut off of them is pieces of string. There's also some very grim implications of what some of the monsters are, but that's an entire thing in its own right. That, you know, looking at them, you might be able to figure out what my thought on that is, and what they might actually be. Because some of the things we run into are corrupted automatons that the people have made. And some of them I literally do just kind of think might be the remnants of humans corrupted by the rust dimension. Bones turned to rusted metal. Skin turned to fucking cloth. The Bowtorn in particular are just like, that's somebody who just had their entire body bent backwards, isn't it? A very unfortunate fate. I really want windows in here. I don't know. I mean, why not? Yeah, we have this random flower I don't know what to do with. Just gonna plant it somewhere to get it away from me. Potato. I have no idea how to say that, nor do I know what it is. And I'm not going to say anything I don't know what it actually says. Better be. You know, I'm gonna check that, right? Why did that not get detected as anything? What? 1 second. Kartoshka? Uzbekistani? Okay. So it means potato, huh? Pardon my, carefulness of that kind of thing, especially. It would be detected. Yeah, that's kind of weird that it didn't pick up on the one, but it did the other. Is the mixed stone thing a thing for the normal cobble? I forget, because if we can mix stones, that might actually be kind of interesting. Cobbler. Coral and chert. We wouldn't see it there, would we? No. Damn it. Where is it? Like, I know you can make mixed stoned walls, but... as it is. Yeah, it was translated into Latin letters. Yeah, it's kind of weird that the one didn't pick it up. But the other did, so... eh. Oh, this is good. What is this? Cobbled rock. Aged polished cobbled rock. Oh. That's that. Huh, weird. And yes, just an amalgamation of whatever stone I had at the time is basically going to be the main design of this. I really just cannot be bothered most of the time. If I was being really specific about stuff, though, I'd totally be using the slate. I'd go out of my way for it. Transliteration. Yeah. Kartoshka is how I assume that's pronounced. There's very few languages that I actually have a proper understanding of how pronunciation is for. Which is why often I end up just ignoring any pronunciation properly. Just saying whatever the hell I feel like. Might as well just take this and do this with it. Yeah. Alright. I want to pattern the roof in any way, shape, or form. Oh, pattern, dome. I mean, I could dome the roof. We need to cook more food. We eventually need to also just form, a habit of collecting metals and actually using it. But playing Eastern European indie games occasionally actually makes something stay in my head pronunciation-wise. That and memes. Weirdly enough, most of them is Finnish for some reason. Finnish and Russian. I'd like to thank the one Call of Duty game I ever played, though, for putting Granada in my head. Because for some reason, saying it like that's funny to me. Then again, Tarkov did as well. The goddamn scavs just screaming, Granada! Throwing them. I did not say that at all in the way they say it, but it's still funny to me. Alright, what are we cooking? Besides my brain. I know what we're cooking. Yes, I know exactly what we're cooking. Now the problem will be actually getting to one of these because they're all clumped together. The moment I kill one of these, they're all going to be upset at me, and that's the problem I have. I think I know what— Yeah, that exactly is one of the reasons I didn't want to do that either. But then I fell in. I think I know what we need to do. I'm gonna need to do this anyways, but still. Not hate. Gate. Yacht. Bamboo, ruined. Wattle gate. Wattle? Wattle. Wooden gate. 2 boards, 4 sticks. Okay. I really want to use the pine for that. No. Picked up another one of these clear quartz. God damn it. I'll need to tone those into something too, but meh. Okay. So here's how we're going to do this. We're gonna make a gate. Where's those wattle fences I made and never really properly did anything with? Okay. Just add water flow. Not as useful as you think and could be potentially dangerous with some of the animals we have. Okay. No, not like that. That's not exactly what I wanted you to do, game, but strangely enough, it's working, so yeah. This is how we'll do it. Shit. I am bad at aiming. I should have remembered that. Also, you may be wondering why I'm throwing them from up there and not, like, here. Well, I forgot that these are not the ones that can climb up a shocking height to get at me. Also, no, I can't grab those for some reason, but I can punch the blocks, but not them. Okay. Yeah. This is just kind of a weird issue with the game, I'm noticing. I need another spear. But yeah, they hit really fucking hard whenever I have no armor, and I'm not wasting basic resources for armor that's not really worth it, just so I can get in there and kill them slightly easier. Especially when I can just sharpen a rock and poke them to death. There we go. Actually, I wonder, can I poke through that hole with the spear? I'm actually kind of curious. Now that I have the capacity to, I'm kind of wondering if I should start looking for limestone, or at least something along the lines of limestone, so I can start tanning hide. I know there is a couple of sources of lime and bauxite and shit to do that with. Leather would probably be a good idea to start making, all things considered. Okay. I thought about it for a second, and while I'm going to start needing food sooner than I'd like, I want to find some berries. So the way it works is that you need to make lime water. You soak the hide in lime water, which is the simpler way to do it. And then scrape the hide. Trying to remember the exact process. But you fill a barrel with lime water for the start. Put the hide in there. Let it sit for a while. Take it out. Put it in weak tannin. Scrape the hide. And then put it in heavy tannin. Or is it... I don't remember where you scrape the hide at, but... yeah. I know almost the order. I just can't remember the exact spot you do the scraping at. Still nothing. Yeah. You can also wax the hide with fat to be able to cure it on the ground, but that's less useful overall. Is the main thing. There we go. This will make the food way better. But yeah, you have to oil the hide if you just want to cure it and use it as that kind of hide. God, this soundtrack, man. But yeah, we do have the oak. There's oak in the area to turn into tannin. Which, yeah, if I was smart, I'd probably start that process now, to be honest. Anyways. As I'm not smart... I want to know, which song is this and when does it play in Forever Winter? Oh, that's Mother. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense for why this song is like that. But yeah, it's lime water first. This will be a pretty good meal to have. For those who don't know what why that song is called Mother, There's a enemy called Mother Courage in Forever Winter. You don't really have the option to kill that. And if it catches you, it's gonna rip you limb from limb. Mother is dangerous. But yeah, I could set up some barrels right now and start at least making tannin if I really wanted to. We do need to make a grindstone so that we can start grinding up horns and stuff into bone meal. And grinding other stuff up into the lime that we'll need. I could do that. That'd be a good way to start getting rid of some of these annoying horns that I don't intend to ever keep. And I can't put them down either, I don't think. I may just set these outside and let them rot, though. You still need log in a barrel? Yeah. We can do that. That's not an issue. Wrong one. Like, we can go get oak. There's oak in the area. That's not a problem. Alright, meat takes way more to cook. There we go. Meat's great. It takes a while to cook, though. I really need to make a chest. But now we need to focus on not starving, though. Still have a pickaxe. An unused one? Yeah. We're actually gonna need more. We may need one more. There's a book called Lord of the Mysteries, and the most hated god is Mother Tree of Desire. Just a tree made of meat. In Forever Winter, Mother Courage is a giant robot woman that scours the remnants of battlefields for parts. Your parts. And she will rip you in half. The Eurasian fucking robots are not something to deal with in night shift. Because you know you're in for a bad time whenever you enter an area and there's just bodies piled everywhere. Good old night shift. I hope to never see that for a while whenever I play it next. Oh, fun fact, by the way. You can put down seeds now. You can just set down seed bags. Listen. Unfortunately, there are plenty of people in the human race that the moment you put she on anything, they'll want to fuck it. Just saying. People are like that. Oh hey, it's raining. I can't believe that's working. Wait. Oh my god, that still works. That's funny. I can't believe somebody for the Hobbit movies looked at Shelob and went, yeah, that thing needs to be able to turn into a hot woman. You know, the giant man-eating spider. I say this and I know my Japanese folklore, and that's something that giant man-eating spiders had a habit of doing in Japan, but still, that was nowhere as far as I know in the original Lord of the Rings lore. Stick. Just for the sake of inventory. Alright, I mean, I could fill the rest of it in with cob. I'm doing that for, no good reason? Yeah, fuck it. At least make a bit of cob ceiling here. I don't really have a reason to, but, you know. Are we actually going to be one short? There. At least that's even. I mean, we need more sticks. Do I really want to waste the food value, or am I fine with this? I'm fine with this. I think you apply aqua vitae to clean bandages, and you can make a medical bandage. There is a term for that. It's called corruption by outer gods. Flax is not going to be a problem. We'll have plenty of flax. I have to double check. Okay. I was thinking about it for a second, and then I went, yeah, I can just kind of do this to start with. I picked up another one. Okay, I need to really take those and just put them somewhere else. They're in the way. So, how many barrels do we need? 3? Weak tannin, strong tannin, lime water. Yeah, we need 3 barrels. Leather bags would be helpful, being able to make backpacks, so I just want to make these now. So there are heretics by the lore. Alright. You know what, we can put this in here, it doesn't really matter. This will just be a little workshop in and of itself. Okay. Double checking how that's made. It'll be about all we can make there, but might as well get it started at least. Then we can just shove this here. Yeah. I'm aware. That happens where if you don't have a ceiling. Oh yeah, I need to render that fat. Here. It's like, I'm forgetting something. What is it I'm forgetting? Oh yeah, that. I should have done that after I was done cooking, but... Can they actually collect water from rain in this? The barrels. I forget if that's a thing in this game or not. I know that's kinda a thing in Minecraft with cauldrons. Which is utilized by a couple of, mod packs that I know of. Stick. There we go. Beep, beep, beep. Ba-ding. Beep. 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 Ba-ding, ba-ding. Beep. Don't ask, I don't have an answer. There we go. The only game I know where the goats can run the players... Can run the player's fade. I think I know what you're trying to say. But... I think I'm going to just say it like that. Alright, It's not a grinding wheel. What is it called again? What is that device called? A quern. Yeah, it's called a quern. We don't have enough sticks. We're gonna need to be able to grind up stuff into lime and bone into powder. It's a funny way of saying fighting. Is that what ruin a person's fade means? I'm gonna be honest. I have never understood what 90% of 99% of like slang means. And every time I hear slang, it slowly starts bringing in a certain level of desire to hurt things into my brain. Especially anything from the newer generations. I need to figure out how you actually uproot bushes so I can move them now. Like, every time somebody shows me some, meme and I read something like, fuck, what was it? I can't even remember what I read once because it was just complete fucking gibberish to me that made me angry. The fuck was it? The worst thing is the person who showed me was like only like in their early 20s and they were completely confused by it too, and I'm like, oh no, slang is going too fast. Nobody understands anymore. Copper is gonna suck. We have copper. Speaking of the purse. Hi Seki Raiders, hello. But yeah, we already have copper. Hi. How went that, modding session? I was watching part of it before stream. What I write in the chat, complete gibberish. Listen, I can, like, devolve into gibberish, but what I'm saying is gibberish. What What the younger generation is saying is just absolutely infuriating. Seki, what was it that one meme had on it? Like, it was something absolutely batshit that neither of us knew what even meant. I remember it contained the word fine shite and awe. And I remember saying something along the lines of, it looks like whoever typed this was having a stroke. PP victory. Well, I sent mother god pics in the memes. I swear to God, if I look in there and I see some mother horse eyes type shit, I'm gonna be confused. What is this? What have you put in here? Okay, one of those pictures I at least understand on some levels. Some of those pictures I'm concerned about the state of humanity. That somebody wanted that. But yeah, I know Seki was soft modding the Wii U he had. And I know it was going good the last time I looked at it. At his stream, I mean. Fuck. Where was one of the oaks we had seen? Because we're gonna need to cut that down and get some of the wood from that. About here is where I'd see a bear, and it would kick my shit in. Just wanted to see. Yeah, nothing on that. It's going good until it wasn't. Oh, no. Then he won. Ah, good. As long as he hasn't burnt down that house he's in. I suppose it's a victory of some description. Managed to accomplish what he set out to do. Good. If he had failed, I'd be confused. I'm getting distracted by random rocks because we need to build cobblestone to finish off my little workshop side room. I'm constantly concerned that I've missed in the in-game chat the warning that a storm is coming. I'd really not want to run all the way home from the middle of the woods being chased by the horrors from beyond. But yeah, we have a weird amount of mixed tree woods out here. I think this is just not going to have any of it in it, though. This is mostly just pine and birch, and we need oak to make tannin. Okay, there hasn't been a warning in the thing yet. My luck would be, oh yeah, last time was a light storm, that went okay. This time it'll go, haha, heavy storm, apocalyptic rift. And then it'd summon the bird. I'm also vaguely consistently worried about the water since they've been updating it, because I have no idea what the devs might have put in the water. And anytime there was somewhere ever safe in any of the game updates beforehand, they've taken effort to make something far, far worse for whatever was the safe thing at the time. That quartz vein is so goddamn close to the surface, it's actually kind of annoying. This god-awful green periodite rock. Oh hey, more copper. There's an awful lot of copper and quartz in the area here. Blood chemicals that make the frogs gay? Sorry, no frog. Only the deep darkness of the water. Luckily, we're just surrounded by nice little ponds and small lakes, and not the abyss. Like, we can see the bottom of the water here. It's nice and, like, calm and cozy water with fish. Look. What are you? Fish. But yeah, they had their fish update. Now there's actual, like, species of fish and a fishing mechanic. I have not bothered because I hate fishing. At most, I'll, like, throw spears at them, but I don't fish. But yeah, as far as I know, nothing spawns in the water yet. That's not going to stay that way, I can guarantee you that. Because at first, the safest thing to do was just build a ledge. Then they made the bow torn. Then people found a way to, like, get around the bow torn by just, you know, doing normal, defensive wall formations. And only going out during calm activities. So they made the shiver. And the shiver is genuinely one of the most awful things on the planet to deal with. Because it can climb walls and is an ambush monster. And now water is safe. And each time they add a new monster, it's been worse. Like, it's been more horrifying. Our temporal stability is going down here. Why? Nice rain, but why is this area temporarily unstable? Oh yeah, I guess we need to go check on the, one beehive thing, too. Are we able to take off one of these? And it not... Okay. Yeah. We can do that. Hopefully the, skep is now filled with bees and we can actually go take that. I will have to try to figure out somewhere to put it to keep it away from the animals that would destroy it. But for now, it should be fine. Honestly, it might be a better idea just not to take it even if it is full. Ah, very cool. It's hailing. The sky is pelting me with ice rocks. God damn it. Ooh. Ow. Ow. I need sticks, I need rocks, and I need to not be hit in the head with ice. This is the kind of weather I'd be scared that a tornado was going to start in. Ah! It's in memes. That was not an invitation to go find it. I see, the forest is angry. It doesn't want us to check. Okay. What have you done? I'm not even going to attempt right now to understand whatever that is you put in my meme channel. What was that full of? Rye? I see. Hello? That's I'm sorry? Fire clay? What do you mean that was full of fire clay? Oh god. The hell's chasing me now? Wait, what? Bee grenade? Bee-nade? This is totally useless to me as an actual item of value. So I'm about to do something that's incredibly environmentally unfriendly. Why did the music have to pick up too? Anyways, that's gonna make it really, really annoying for a little bit to get anywhere near there, but... The pit of pain. Oh, if I went and gotten that pit right now, I'd be so fucking dead. Fun fact, the animals will blame you for literally any pain they're in. One of the goats walked into a open pit killed, got set on fire, started screaming, and then attacked me. I think it might have ended already, but at the same time... This is why I can't be allowed to have that kind of thing. Did anything die? Only the rabbits in there died. Okay, one of them still lives. Okay. Why has that turned around gate-wise now? That gate is useless. I cannot use that as a gate. Humanity will always be in charge. Sometimes I let the thoughts in my head actually allow me to like get me to do something, and it's always great. How much of this stuff is gonna rot though? That gate does not work there. That one does though. Okay. Oh man. You can't make something called a B-nade and expect anyone to use it correctly, though. Although I have to ask, what is the correct usage of a B-nade? And if not what I just did, what? You know? I get all of this organized. Yeah, but that one bastard of a goat literally started attacking me, and I got so mad at it that, my hatred for them has continued onwards, and that was partially why I did that, so. You know. I'm happy. They're not, but I don't care about their feelings. Alright. There we go. That's better. We'll just do that. Of one video where polar bears and multiplayers always targeted one player for no reason. No, they targeted him for a reason. Comedic timing. Listen, targeting people for comedic timing is always the correct reason. Just realized I also need to start working on getting a fence up over here. Especially if I'm ever going to use this. We still have to get more medium fertility soil, though, to make at least 2 more. I'd be fine with 4 being there, but yeah. Alright, my entire reason for going outside in the first place was to find where more oaks were, wasn't it? Oops. I may have forgotten. Oh well. Alright, Gonna transfer all this stuff into the new room. I did not mean to put that down there. Okay. Then we can put the water barrel there. Although I've come to the realization that I have never once used any of the water in it, so right now we can just transfer all of that. Oh, was it? Is it was successful? What was? I don't remember what I said 5 seconds ago, or like ever. There's a reason why people make small water things in the room, though. It's so much easier to just bucket up like that. Okay, there we go. Don't ask, I don't know. Oak gathering. No, we found 0 oak trees because the sky started pelting us with water rocks. Fun fact, ice is in fact a form of rock. I like fun facts. I mean, I'm pretty sure we have a couple of oak trees planted anyway, so it's not really an issue. It's just, you know, a matter of, like, certain other things, let's put it that way. I just want it now, even though I don't have a use for it now. Should really move one of these in there and just use that as storage for that as well. There it is. Does sun can be at angle? Light go through window at angle because sun? Yes. Then that's fine. Need to transfer those into there. Yep. Just grab these, please. Give that to me. There. I'm fairly certain you can make a sundial, yes. In fact, I think I've seen people make sundials in this game. Damn it. I keep forgetting how you put these away. Mind you, you use the, one system for it, the chiseling system, but I believe that, yes, in fact, you can make them. Okay. Oh, that clears up a bit of... Oh, yeah, all this. There we go. But yeah, this clears up actually a fair bit of space, all things considered. Just put these here. In reach of that. There we go. There we go. Nice little smithing room again. Slash tanning, I guess. Alright, I want to actually work on now. And we still need that stuff, don't we? Let's make another tool rack just to clear up a little bit more space. One short, because I'm an idiot. I also don't know how to count, by the way, if that wasn't obvious. A little bit more fat and we can get that. Make another lamp, lighter thing, whatever. So we found random fire clay, which was fascinating. Just kind of piling stuff up pointlessly again. This is just useful. I don't know how I feel about this. without it being a proper, like, full chisel made thing. Seven did what? Oh, why? We'll move the fire clay in there too, because fire clay is best used for that. Move that in there. We're still using flint for tools. The bones of small animals. Anything in here? Yeah, that can be moved as well. Alright. This will do for now, at least. Clear up some of our other storage and get some of this stuff off the ground. This is why people make one of these, by the way. Just get all the barrels filled because they need to be. Yeah, I need to eventually get around to making just a playlist of Forever Winter music to be used specifically as just ambient background noise. I love the entire soundtrack, but man, some of this music does not fit. Alright. That cleared up a nice little bit of area out here. I guess I could make a table and chair. Put those somewhere. Eventually, I'll probably cut through this and make a little kitchen back there. And then maybe make a little bedroom off to the side there, but I'm not sure yet what I want to do. We're definitely also going to have to, like, dig into the ground a little bit to make a, food storage room. Space saving, no good reason otherwise. Oak can be moved. Feathers. Feathers are technically used to make arrows. They belong in the smithing supply section. As that's kind of actually just more of a general leatherworking slash anything else I can use it for a room. Wouldn't be a reason to right now. There's not enough, so it wouldn't do anything. And while, yes, I could put it in there and do that, not a lot of reason. Got one of the reasons we even went outside. Where's some of that stone at that's actually usable for this? Is periodite stone even usable for this? It might not be a hard enough stone to make a quern with. Periodite is hard enough to make a quern. Okay, cool. That has actually made that far more useful to me then. Like, it doesn't matter. We don't even have enough to fill up this basket anyways with stuff in here, so. If I actually needed more room, then I would. That's sand. God damn it. Hurry. That's stone. There, a quern. Can I lean this? There we go. Just to make a point of it, too. It's not enough. I believe it's a log per 10 liters, I believe. Alright. I didn't know to open that door when the darkness is out. We'll put this outside for now, though. We can always pick it up later, but yeah. You like how they just scream every morning like that? I don't. I hate them. Look at that fat fuck over there trying to get into my garden. Alright. Harvest time. How much do we have left in this one? A wobble? Cowabunga? Totally bodacious, dude. I am wondering if I should redesign the plots over there to be this 2x line. Byline? Just 2 wide line, sorry. And just kind of work like that. Because it's not like water's a limited resource. Sorry, I'm thinking about this for a second. How do I actually want to go about this? One second, there goes my internet. 2x line or not 2x line? Hi. It works better, but yeah, that was my internet going for a second because my provider is a fucking bitch. I hate my internet provider. They just fucking do jack all, except to mess things up. Are those? I know the black and white goats are one you can domesticate. I'm trying to figure out these other ones, because I haven't seen them before, and I'm wondering if they're domesticatable. They might be. I'm just not sure. Rabbits are, raccoons are not. I have OBS set up to where it will drop the quality of the stream instead of causing an actual, dip in frames. That's just something I have set up. We'll use these ones, I guess. Oh god, this is always annoying to set up. Like, if I'm gonna replace this and set up a pasture here instead, I probably should use this one. But still, I really just don't want to have to deal with some of this, you know? This would be the easier one to deal with, though. Just right now. I'd need to set up the pins in it, though, to be able to start separating them out. But if I want to get into it, I should start it early so that I actually can start getting domesticated animals. So that whenever we eventually start working on, like, mechanical power and whatnot, too, it'd probably be a good idea. Yeah, okay. Like I said, we'll have to start setting up the pin over here, but still. Ah! Yeah, that's one of the reasons I really don't like those one goats. They just fucking attack you all the time. Do I also want to domesticate the rabbits while we're at it? I mean, the rabbits are easier to deal with, unironically. They don't attack you. Would you stop that, you fat fuck? You're stealing their food? I'm feeding them. I'm not stealing anything. I'm giving them food. Oh wow, this is filled up. Damn. These are really annoying to set down. Yeah, you can set them down in 4s. Like certain other items, but eh. Ungrateful creatures. Horrid animals. Vile and utterly deranged. I don't know what to do with these. Oh. Well, there we go. Never mind. Oh, look how much damage they do to me. Every time they do that, they hurt my fucking clothing. Ugh. But yeah, we'll start setting up a set of pins for this. I thought before you added a ladder, you were sitting and chewing. As much as I would just eat the food in front of them as an insult, no. That was not my intention nor desire to do. These ones I need alive. Did I turn off the necessity of being certain classes to make certain items? I need to look into making Gambeson armor, actually. Gambeson is a good, cheap set of armor that would help with that damage they do to me like that. But yeah, as you can already see, yeah, one harvest of flax, and look at all we got. Flax is a relatively cheap material overall in reality. We need to make another shovel. I can already tell we'll need another. I know I should probably make standard wood but... But yeah, I know on the public test server, flax was something that some people would just give away, like the seeds and stuff for, because everybody had it in abundance once they were actually set up. Flax is absolutely a cheap item. You will always have an abundance of it because you'll always be growing it. And that's why feeding animals flax is also just such a decent thing. I don't know how much of a pin I even need to set up here, though. We'll have to make a couple of gates, too, potentially, but yeah. I don't have a really good way to separate out animals. Especially whenever there's just so many of them. So in reality, our best bet is to just make a couple of pins and try to get them to run into ones and be somewhere better than where they're at, technically. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Just have two here. Of just like that size. And then we can probably make a couple more gates further back and just kind of use it as best as we can as a makeshift sorting system. Mind you, one of the problems always ends up being trying not to accidentally kill things you're not wanting to. Which can be a pain in the ass. If you've played vanilla, why do you play single player? Server are not up to date, or after wipe, new seasons haven't started yet? The public test server is the public test server. It's currently on the current version. But every time there's a major update, A, it gets inundated with people, and B, it's a public test server, and I actively just, like... How best to put this? I'm a little more than a little bit misanthropic as a person. Playing on the public test server isn't bad. It's just I also don't want to have to deal with sharing resources in the world. That and having to deal with setting up a home and all that various extra business. Because you need to claim protect your stuff. In a single-player world, I am guaranteed that no matter what, no matter where I set up, the only person using any of my resources is me. In a public world, you kinda are always going to end up with somebody taking resources from around you. Even if you go out really far, those servers tend to last a really long time. So, you know. Wrong spot. But yeah. That's just kind of one of those issues, too. That's not where I wanted that in the slightest, game. Put that there. There we go. So yeah, here, I can be guaranteed all the resources in the world. There, not really. And I like my resources being mine. Guess we can expand that by one. Yeah, whatever. That bitch immediately tried to attack me there. I might just kill those ones. Those ones have been nothing but a violent threat to me the entire time. As you can probably tell. Fuck off. These ones are particularly fucking hostile, and I hate them. These are the ones that attack me for no fucking reason. Damn it, that was not the piece of food. But yeah, as you could probably tell, they're also able to climb up surprisingly high blocks. So not only am I unsure if I can even domesticate them in the first place, they'll also just climb over majority of the pins I could make for them. Is that already? Oh. Meanwhile, these ones, I can just do this too. God, I hate those goats. Like, yeah, they can go up 2 high blocks. That's... upsetting is the word I'd use. Really? But why? But why though, game? Why? They are competitors. They are literally competing for the resources. That's just literally what it is in all technicality. Like, don't get me wrong, these other goat types will also attack me. But as you saw, that one, those brown ones, they'll fucking chase my ass down. I beg your pardon. There. Okay. It's just, yeah. On. There we go. It's actually shockingly easy to get them to, like, separate out like that. Sure, I'll need to probably make more of these so I can actually, like, herd them a little bit better and separate them out fully. But as long as we can, like, herd a couple of males into one pin and a couple of females into another pin, I think we'll be fine. There's something weird about the way this game works, and I think the pins do not prevent them from, doing things together, so to speak. Now we just need to kill these. Which is why I had so many spears in the first place, by the way. These goats in particular, why I had so many. We need more now. Bastard creatures. Eventually we'll be able to make a butcher knife and be able to insta-kill ones after a certain generation for the goats. Well, any domesticated animal. But they're not fully tamed until generation 10 almost, I believe. I think it's 10 for most animals. I don't know if there's a difference between any of them. Music getting really loud. Oh, there. But yeah, I don't care if these are domesticatable. I'm pretty sure they're a form of sheep, actually. I'm also sure we don't even have a female in here, so... Okay, there's one dead. Uh-oh. Ah. Alright. But yeah, they're violent little shits. Like, I've had sheep in the game before. They were not that violent. Besides, I don't think I have a reason to get sheep. Wool is not a usable thing. I don't even think you can shear the wool off of them to start with. Ah! God damn it. Okay, note to self, move that trough or the ladder. One of the two. Okay, there we go. Ah, for fuck's sake. They have so much health, too. Because of how much damage they do, I don't want to even go down there and try to grab a spear either. I do not have the room to run around down there to try to get at that. This is an all-day process to kill a fucking goat. What? You grabbed all the dirt and not the spear. Thanks, game. Bows are actually not all that good in the game. Believe it or not. Especially because I don't have the, I'm not the class that can make the early bow. But yeah, bows are unironically way more expensive. And not as good as just throwing spears at stuff. The hunter is like the class you have to go as to actually make bows even slightly viable. But even then, you're still just so much better off using spears. Anyways, we've got these nice and sorted out now. At least those things are nice and sorted out, and that they're no longer alive, and thus are sorted out. Okay, let's move this one. I hate how those work. I don't know how to feed the rabbits, actually. If that doesn't count. Wait, that was only suitable for chicken. Grain is only suitable for chicken. Yeah. My class, I believe, does have a ranged attack option that they can craft, but... yeah. Can craft the sling. Yeah, I can craft a sling. Which is, this class exclusive weapon. Alright. But overall, in terms of ranged combat, yeah, spears are just the better option. At least they were. Spears are now able to be made out of more material too, which makes them even better than they were, funnily. Alright, so what do we have here? That's a male. How many females do we have? We have mostly females. Okay. So, what I'm hoping is the case here is that the male and females can do their thing despite being separated. I remember there's some special way to do this. I'm just hoping that's how it was. All of that rotted, no shock. Meat tends to rot pretty fast, even indoors here. I just can't remember what the specific way to do things was, unfortunately. We'll need to render that down. You know what? How does this... Need to remember. Rawhide. Where is it? Large. Diluted borax or lime water, yeah. Can be cut into smaller ones, yeah. That's not telling me how to do this. Pelt. Pelt large. Curing. Okay, we have to render it all the for both now. Okay, that's fine. So in that regard, they are superior. They're cheaper and higher damage. That's the main thing for why they're better. The only thing bow has over it is, I think, a bow has better range and is easier to stack. But they're more expensive, and you're not going to end up in a situation often where your range is actually reduced at all to the point past where a spear would go. And that's one of the major reasons why they're better. Even the Bowtorn can be run down. That's one of the other issues. You can always run down a Bowtorn. They're not faster than you. Wow, these actually render pretty fast, so we don't actually need to do that much. Okay. We'll oil these hides and just do this. Leave them to cure. This is a way you can make a kind of crude carpet, yes. Where is it? There it is. But yeah, it's just one of those weird situations where more often than not, you're better off just getting a spear. Because a spear is also a melee weapon. You can hit things with a spear that are up close to you. A bow is only good at range. And since you're not going to be fighting a lot that necessarily needs you to be that close, like, that distanced, I mean, yeah. It's just one of those situations. They really do need to kind of consider how to make them more viable again. I can't remember. And it's realistically just a matter of making sure that, like, the female and males are separated enough because of wild animals and shit being impossible to deal with. Once the animals are tamed, there's really no reason to worry about separating them at all with the way the game mechanics work. And the main reason to separate them here is purely on the grounds of, well, the male's domestication only actually matters for how violent it's going to be, but it doesn't pass down its domestication. The female is the only one that matters in terms of domestication. So you're able to domesticate females, like a line of females, with a single male. That's just kind of how all that works with this game. So, to explain exactly the process, what you would necessarily need to do, just for optimal reasons, have a single male separated from the females and still able to mate with them somehow. You would use that one male the entire time and just cull the rest of the males that are born. Then, once you have the fully domesticated Generation 10, you can just take a male and female from that, and whatever else is there, move them off to their own pen, and they won't be hostile to you at all. And you would just use a butcher knife to insta-kill any of the animals, and they still won't be hostile to you. So that's just the entire thing there. So in reality, all I'd need is this one male, if they can work through the fences. Which is still a strange thing to say in its own right, but you know. That's not what I wanted. Also, I have this 3 deep instead of 2. A, because of those one goats. B, because when winter comes, snow piles up. No. It will not let me reach that like that. Okay. And the pit is just kind of an easier way to go about this, to be honest. I want all of them to run out of there. The rabbits can stay in here. Rabbits won't attack you. The raccoons I have no earthly idea what to do about. Then again, I kinda don't care about them. They're not really a concern. The only thing here that I really need to do is probably get rid of this other male to test that. I'm just not sure how I'm going to be able to do that. Because what we want is mostly just to have all the females and a singular male. Trying to get them separated enough to where I can kill that one male is the main problem. Which is why I'm considering building another pen. Just to kind of chase the others out of. That's 3 females there, 1 male there, 1 male, female here. I have plenty of spears to try to kill the male. I might do that. Even if I have to kill that other female, we still have 3 females. So, wouldn't be an issue. The only thing I'd want to do is try to save the one male just in case that other one dies somehow. But I don't want to have to try to separate them out too much more here. Oh, he got one of the rabbits out. I don't know if I could use a rope to try to pull the female out of that pen and just kill that male. I could try. I think I actually need 6 reeds to make a rope. Mind you, one of the things I probably should make is a copper rod so I can make a lightning rod. That way none of the things could possibly get struck by lightning because I could just put that up somewhere and divert all of it. Not that them being in a hole puts them at much risk anyways. I know you're not... I know in the one difficulty you can't rope things that are, wild. Yeah, you can't rope wild animals, okay. I'm trying my best not to hit the female. Okay. We got the other male. But yeah, whenever you have the rest domesticated, this no longer becomes necessary. I kinda do want to save the rabbits, though. I don't think I'd ever actually get to the point where I'm fully domesticating rabbits, but I have a vague liking of rabbits. They're cute animals. Alright. So I can crawl down there, I can refill that whenever it needs to be, and I can kinda get a better look at the animals. I don't know what to do about the raccoons, like I said. I think I might just leave them in there. I just kinda don't care. Rabbits don't make a good food source. Rabbits are just not a good food source. That's kind of the thing. Just one of the things with them is that, yeah, they're just kind of not a good food source at all, to be honest. Let's render these lumps of fat down. Wonder if I can get away with just one fire log. I think it's about time we also start taking some of this stuff and grinding it down into bone meal. We'll take some food, but oh well. Rabbits are one of those animals that I know are in fact a food source, but they're bad enough at it and cute enough animals that I look at them as pets. Basement. But yeah, if I domesticate rabbits, it's to keep pets, not to have food. We have goats. Goats are a better food source in the first place. Because, you know, they also have milk. And milk is going to be something we want to get a hold of. Plus, you're able to pick up rabbits, domesticated rabbits with a basket. So you can just move them at will, too. So they're one of the things that is actually kind of easy as a animal to keep, too. These are all gonna rot. There's just not really a good reason to keep them. Not until I can find some way to get, tanning started. Huh. That's fascinating, game. We're just gonna pick that up and put it back down again, because that's not how that's supposed to work. Oh, it's going to be an issue the entire time. Found another bug. That's kind of funny, to be honest. I was wondering why it was just kind of glitching out like that. We have our answer now. We definitely have our answer to why this thing looks so strange. Yeah, the static model is showing all the time and is doubled up. Oops. Behold one of the reasons why we need mechanical power, like, I don't know, a windmill or something. Good old bone mill. What is that standing over there? Is that another one of the goats? I knew those goats were gonna be bad news, by the way, whenever they were this brave. Like, they're that slow walking around and that brave. Huh. No animal in this game is that, like, casual without being an absolute bitch to deal with. Another reason I probably need to get around to also building a perimeter fence at some point, too. They don't seem to much like the cobblestone or wattle fence, at least, so hopefully that will work. Where is it? There. On the bright side, also, unlike the island save, we'll be able to actually walk a decent amount away from all of these. Okay, so for them to be able to start breeding, they need to eat a total of 10? No, don't do that. No. There we go. Yeah. We have 4 females. So in total, we'll need a total of like 40 portions for them to do that. Not gonna be awful, especially if we're going to be growing flax and other things like rye. Though flax is low nutrition to start with for us, so we'll probably keep all our rye and wheat, give them the flax fiber stuff. Not fibers, but just the flax grain. Eventually I'm going to end up killing everything in here, though. Especially if there's not a female rabbit in there, then everything dies. If there's a female rabbit, I'll catch it. And try to move the rabbits off somewhere of their own. I am kind of rethinking it, and I might just go ahead and redo that area we've built over there to use a better design. It's not Pixelmon. Correct. It is not Pixelmon. But yeah, I think we redo that over there and just kind of go for a more efficient design. There's no reason to not. No, especially if I'm going to need, like, a decent amount of flax grain to feed them. That is a lot of meat. A lot of meat that I'm not going to use. The main problem is we'll have to destroy some of the farmland, but c'est la vie. Doesn't really mean much. I wonder if durability got a rework. I did not look at the patch notes. I just know an overview of kind of what was added and changed. Either way, it's not like we're using any particularly great dirt. Medium is more or less just the allowable type of dirt to actually be usable. I have to get the bucket and kind of do some stuff, but... This way, it is still going to be like 100% efficient, but just not perfect. But I really just don't care. I'd rather have it in the square shape than otherwise. It'll also have to be one wider, but hey, whatever. But yeah, you can't pick up farmland. As you can see, the rain is absolutely just 100%ing all the dirt. Main reason to fill in all of this is just to have it not make that annoying noise of the flowing water. Alright, let's go grab some extra... Well, do I have some still in here? I feel like I haven't used all of it. Also, no, food will last longer in the winter anyways. For the obvious reason of it's cold. And thus the water... Water? Food won't rot. Water doesn't rot. Not in technicality. Stuff in water rots, not the water itself. If your water starts rotting, pray, for the darkness has come. Just all I can say about that. Do I want to leave it in the lines like it is, though? With this, like, intersection between it? Maybe. Either way is fine. We just need to expand it out by one. So it's not really taking up that much more room. Even if there's not as much growing, it grows faster, so... There we go. Don't get spoiled. I never die. Should I die, I shall live again. I'm not going to have anything other than vegetables to add to it. And, yeah, you can't add grain to this food dish, sadly. We are 100% going to need more wood for it, though. Luckily, we have a pile of maple. And other stuff that I grabbed. Where is an axe? There is an axe. After stream, I'm going to make a pizza. I'm gonna make a pizza and, I don't know, eat the pizza. I don't know what I'm doing after that, though. Maybe sleeping. We'll see. We needed more of this anyways. You can make a giant meat mill, yes. The main reason to not do that is I kinda don't care. We still need fertilizer. The meat rotting isn't a problem. If I was worried about it being a problem, I'd be making food and sealing it in crocks. And then making a basement to put all the food in. Mind you also that in all reality, by the time the goats are finished breeding and have their young, it's probably going to be winter, and by that point I'm going to be butchering goats anyways. Like, what I'm doing is not 100% optimal, no. But I don't need to be. And not being so helps in a different way anyways. So it's a little bit silly, but yeah. It doesn't really matter. Like, in all honesty, we're probably going to at least get 2 or 3 females, potentially. And once they're done, well, you technically only need 1 female. Technically. Oh wow, we went through the entire playlist. Huh. That's actually kind of interesting. I thought it was looping. Shuffle, repeat. We'll just hit shuffle. There we go. But yeah, it's just kind of one of those situations where we're really not going to have enough anyways to do that with. And in some ways that'd be wasting fat to seal the jars to be able to make the stuff last in the first place. We actually have so much meat, it's still going to have some go bad, potentially. Plus, this is starting to fill up. Some of this stuff is going to go bad no matter what, though. The grain is the stuff that I want to keep the most for winter, just because it will last. I'm only using meat and mills now because it's just hardy and will keep me fed longer. Technically, I think you can put soups in the jug. But I'm not sure. I haven't tried that in a long time. So I can't remember if you can or not. Plus, our protein is already fine. Realistically, I should be getting more berries and putting it in there for the fruit value, but I'm not really intending to do a lot of combat at all right now. So it's fine as that goes, too. Can't remember. There's something you can do with honey. I just can't remember what. Great. We got more flaxseed. Flax is going to become an annoyance seed-wise. And I'll end up probably just wanting to put all the flax itself in somewhere in a field where I actively just ignore it. I started thinking about rice for some reason. One of these days, I need to go back and play more of that game. That's like that one Japanese game where you're farming rice. And that acts as like how you get more powerful and whatnot. The one with the lolly goddess. Whatever that was. Of Rice and Ruin. Something of Rice and Ruin. Alright, night, Daniel. It's kind of funny how water in this game is easier, but just slightly more annoying than Minecraft. Because water won't form into no source blocks on its own. You have to pick it up and put it down. But any amount of water basically will allow you to make a new source block. There we go. Do I still have a hoe to put on there? That game is good. Yeah, it's good. I liked what I played of it. It's just, unfortunately, every time I try to play that game, it just so happens to coincide me playing it, and then something comes out and it like, steals my attention away from that game. I like that game. I like how, though, in my head, it is the Lolly Goddess rice farming game. That's just what it is in my head, which is what it is, but, you know, it's more complicated than that. Time where I had a chest in one mod pack with bread, bread slices, toast, sandwiches with bread, burgers with bread. Basically 15 meals made of bread. We're actually able to make bread in this. I don't know if they've ever actually finally added the ability to make sandwiches, but you can make bread, and I know you can make pies. And pies tend to be one of the things to make that will actually last a little bit longer if you burn them slightly, believe it or not. A slightly burnt pie in this will last longer. I think we found the appropriate spot to end the stream on, by the way. Okay. That's great to see as a warning pop up. But yeah, these will be at least easily rotatable. What I meant, you could add bread as a topping to sandwiches? Oh. Oh. Huh. That's what you meant. Huh. Alright, Alright, let's prep for this, shall we? Because I know it's going to happen as soon as I get up from sleeping. Guys, are you ready to potentially see Dave? I don't have any armor. I don't think that's going to be something I will worry about, though, right now. Because I don't think armor will save me at this point. Give me a moment. It's a light storm? Okay. Where's the one song? There it is. Okay. Are you ready? I'm gonna wake up and it's gonna start. Oh boy, here it goes. It's a light one this time, but for people wondering about certain things with this game, say hello to the storms and say hi to Dave. Welcome to a temporal storm. This is only a light one. Oh, fuck. He's friendly. He's friendly. Right now. Die. I didn't bring a knife out, did I? Ow. Oh god, there's more spawning here than normal. Is that a twin head? Oh, we really don't want that hitting us. I love how these have all been during the daytime lately in the nice open green field. That's very nice. Yep. Ah! That was most of my health bar. The storm is waning. Am I actually going to manage to survive this fighting? Uh-oh. Damn, that thing has a lot of health. Uh-oh. There's one on my roof. Uh-oh. They're all back there. Hey, we actually made it through that one. That was a light storm. That was the nicer ones. They're on my roof. I'm probably going to be able to get nothing from them because they're all over there and I can't take another hit. Okay. They appear to have despawned. So that's how much damage you take if you are, not wearing any armor. Some of those little gremlin guys can one-hit you. Very unpleasant. Very not good. Very evil. But yeah, part of the point of actually fighting there is, you know, you want to actually carve the rare enemy spawns to be able to get a decent amount of money and the temporal gears, potentially. Suffice to say that once it's over, the bodies go with the rest of them. For the most part. Now, there is a little bit of a cheese method to be able to just get them to spawn in mass anyways, and it's called, shove your head in a portal and lower your, stability to near zero, but not enough to actually start hurting you. Then you get to have a lot of fighting on your own terms, as long as there's a portal nearby. And you get to see the giant wheels and what a much heavier storm potentially looks like. But yeah, light storm does not really last all that long. The first one barely had any spawns, by the way, so I literally just spent the entire time out here blacksmithing and killed one or two things. Which did get me a temporal gear that I could set my spawn inside where I made the house at, but, you know. Collected all my, yeah, I recollected all my spears. But those don't disappear. The bodies of the monsters do. They're dragged back into the rust dimension. But yeah, you all got to see Dave. Dave, the giant metal giraffe monster. I really would be unhappy if he starts attacking one day. Let's just put all that away. So each of them need to be fed 40 times. How much is it per again? Is it 2 per? I think. Either way. Or, I guess, if you really want an endless amount of fight, you can have an underground area, or you could go to the Devastation. I don't want to go to the Devastation. It has the name The Devastation for a reason. Alright. But yeah, we got into a couple of things here. We added an addition to the house. We reorganized stuff. We got our little blacksmith room all set up and ready. We basically started on the animal domestication. We got a quern. We set up the actual more permanent fields. At least some of it. Honestly, not a bad start, all things considered. Certainly better than some of the other, things I've done in this game. Alright. I'm guessing I'm the only one awake, or edit's still going. We're about to find out. Edit appears to not be going still, so I'm the one. I'm the last, apparently. Wait, let me check on the other account if there's actually anyone else on. Me. I'm on. I'm the only one that I know on. Okay. Alright. Alright. Huh. Anyways. Sorry, I was looking at something that distracted me. Thank you all for being here. I hope you had a good time. I hope to see you next time. Have a wonderful time of day, and remember to do the human things to survive. Let's raid Cruise Explained then. Yeah, totally. Just, bye!